Look back even 2 years ago, I was playing wide receiver, tight end, fullback, and overall that helped my football IQ. So then last year growing at left guard, just helping solidify the offensive line, then hopefully come here, bring all the aspects I brought to Dallas on it here, and hopefully solidify this group and take it to the next step. Oh, tremendously and all that. Last year I was a little I wouldn't say concerned on it. I've never played it before on that going in, but week after week, just playing there consistently, I feel very comfortable. Like I would say before last year, I was always like right side more, and then last year playing the entire year, very, very comfortable on left side.
How much did Ryan Bates get in your ear about joining him here?
A little bit. Like we just happened. So last week I was in Hawaii and all that vacation, and just we text every once in a while, and I just text to see what's up and all that, and like I've always thought like last year. All that, I always thought I was like, if there could be like a dream team, like where I could go, Buffalo was always at the top of that, just to get back up north and all that. And I just texted Ryan, I was like, what's Buffalo like? And he couldn't have enough good things to say about it and all that. And then next thing you know, here I am.
Are you aware he's known as Rick Bates here?
I've heard and all that. I've called him worse things in college and all that, so maybe Rick will be a little bit nicer.
So what do you like? What did you, when your agent said, well, you initially Buffalo could be interested, what did you like about the idea of Buffalo?
One thing, it's close at home. Both me and my fiance are from Pennsylvania and all that, so it's close enough to home that people could come and all that, but not come unannounced and all that, so that's nice and all that. There's going to be a lot of people from my family here and all that all the time. Like my family made the drive and flights down in Texas. They didn't miss a game at all in Dallas, so be prepared, Bills Mafia, for a lot of McGovern people here.
The impression is last year, I mean, every guy plays a little banged up, but you had some banged up. I mean, you just started like the opening game, the first
Play 7, yep.
You had a high ankle sprain.
Yeah.
Did you start to feel decent? How was the elbow? Like, was it no before you were like had all 4 limbs in place?
When I felt good, when did the season end? In second week of February? No, but after the bye week, like that was when I finally start using my like ankle to like. I played a couple weeks where I couldn't plant on my right foot, but just had to play through it, brace it up, we're good to go. You could see all my pictures that my elbow brace on, like came and extended my arm out fully and all that. And I know this year, coming off working with my PT and all that, be at 100%, and I can only take a step forward.
How hard was it for you to leave Dallas, and what did you learn from that?
It was hard, all that, just the relationships I made and all that, me and my fiance and all that, just how close that team was, and everything I hear that this team is extremely close, that makes me excited and all that. But just how the older guys in that room really took me under their wing and just taught me the game of football and how to play, and I'm excited to bring that here. Yeah, he was telling me it's like a really close-knit group, especially in the line, but just the locker room in general. And then when I walked in there, they have all different games and stuff in there, and I was like, what is going on here? And I was like, this just looks like a fun time.
So you played right next to him for 2 years at Penn State?
So we played a little bit together. So my freshman year, I played right guard and all that, and he started at left guard and then went to left tackle, and then the next year, he stayed at left tackle. I moved to center, and then our junior years, he went to right tackle, and I went back to right guard. So we played just about our entire year together there.
Were you ever a roommate with him?
I was not, no, but we lived really close together. So there was a development back at Penn State and all that, and there was a couple guys on the football team that lived in the area. He was right across the street from me.
What did the Bills say that they see you fit here as a right guard, and we know you played fullback at as well. So where do they see you fit?
Yeah, I think the fullback and all that's retired right now, but left guard mostly. Yeah.
You mentioned playing center a lot at Penn State. How much does that help you when you did settle in at guard, just sort of having a full landscape?
That helped a lot and all that. I always grew up playing center and all that, like all through high school, and then I got to college and switched to guard. So that was a little transition for me. Going back to center was nice. And then when I got to the NFL, switched to guard and all that. It was a little like strange not having the full football in my hand, but it was really nice. And then just continually growing with it, and then playing all the different positions helped me tremendously. And then when I had to play center a couple times last year, just the football cue I learned from playing all the other positions helped tremendously.
Do you know anything about Aaron Cromer?
Just a little bit. I also just only heard good things. Ryan talks about him all the time. I met him a little bit earlier today.
Joe Philbin playing for him. What did you think
Oh, Joe is a great coach. And all that. Very fundamentally sound and all that. Like watching different aspects of the game and all that. So I'm excited to see how their philosophies like interchange with each other. If they're a little bit different, and all that. I'm excited to see that.
Which game in the locker room are you most excited to see?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Which game in the locker room?
Oh, that's easy one. Spike ball. Yeah.
So, you're going from Dak Prescott to Josh Allen. Just let us know, how excited are you to be playing with Josh?
Yeah, I'm very excited. He reached out to me the other day and all that, just seeing how excited he was that, for me to be here and all that. But I'm excited how mobile he is, just move around the pocket. His arm is just incredible strength. I'm excited to block for him.
Now, we know players recruit other players, right? So what's your relationship with Ezekiel Elliott? Because, he's on the open market.
I can always talk to him if you want to. And all that.
Was your playing weight last season 318? You're listed at 318. What did you play?
I'm very consistent with my weight. So my weight, we had like different weights where you had to weigh in at every week, weigh in right at 318 on Thursday, and then I play on Sunday at 323, and then I drop it back during the week. So once I have my weight, that's where I stay. Try to be very consistent throughout the year with it.
Now, you did mention that, you got your eyes on left guard. So have you spoken with Dion, and what are your impressions of him?
I have not spoken with him, but I'm excited to. I've heard really good things about him.
You're only 25.
Yep.
Obviously, your first season was lost to injury. Do you feel like you're still
Like a young guy, yeah. A little bit. Like I know I have not hit my potential yet, and all that. I know every year just keep getting better and better and better. And I know like since my first year I was on IR, then second year there was COVID and all that, so no OTAs, no training camp got pushed back, no preseason, all that. So just went into that season cold and all that. And then finally last offseason was my first year I could build a baseline and all that. And then this year, just all the numbers I'm hitting right now, like I know like how well I played last year, I could just take another step forward just off these baselines alone from this offseason. Perfect. Thank you. Nice meeting you guys.
Yeah, but it's on the side of the sidewalk. Oh, that's really weird. So.
Walks fast, it was electric, you know?
Are we on our way? Good.
Someone else can have the second half of that.
It's an impressive showing. Good, how you doing?
How much recruiting did Josh do to get you up here?
It was more me recruiting him to let me come up here. You know? Yeah, it was from me. Yeah.
Well, just why? Why did you want to be, just, you know, behind a guy you know was gonna play every snap properly? Why did you want to come up?
I mean, if you look at guys across the league who you respect and who you'd want to play behind and help support, I think Josh is at the top of the list. You know, not only is he a good friend to me, but just from a quarterback standpoint around the entire NFL, he's one of the best in the league, and he does it the right way. And there's a bunch of other factors too. You know, I've really respected this franchise over my career in the NFL. We've played them probably 3 or 4 times, and it's been just a tough, hard-nosed game every time, hard fought. I feel like we've always played in Buffalo too, and just the energy in the stadium and the fans and how tough it really is to come in here and win. I just wanted to be a part of something like that.
What was your pitch to Josh?
I don't really have to pitch much. He's probably mad I'm going to beat him in golf now and up here. That's about it, yeah.
When did you first think this might be a possibility?
I mean, I think it was always a target going in the offseason to try and, you know, so many things have to shake out, especially this year in the backup quarterback market. There's so many people on the market. So it was more just kind of letting things shake out and see, and then just kind of happened pretty quickly yesterday, really.
Where do you see, you know, this Bills offense fitting what you do as a quarterback?
I think if it's great, you know, I think when you watch this offense and you watch Josh in this offense, you know, he can only do that. Like, no one else in the league is going to do that, maybe a couple people, but when you really just break down the offense and you break down the plays where he's not shaking guys off and, you know, throwing Hail Marys, it's an exceptional offense, and it's really fun to watch. And it's similar if you watch the Giants too, you know, with Dable over there. It's the same offense. So it's been fun to watch this offense evolve over the years and see how he plays in it, but also see other guys playing it too.
How did you two become close, or friends, or?
We both came out of the college the same year, and we trained together for the draft. So we lived together for a while, trained, and then we both just ended up coming back to the same spot in the off season and hanging out.
What can you say about Josh as a roommate then?
Well, he took the master room with the best shower, and then there's 3 of us sharing one bathroom and another shower. So it's a pretty selfish roommate, I'd say.
What struck you about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What struck you about him back then?
I think, you know, obviously the physical is apparent always, you know, but I just think the kind of person he is, and I think you guys have really gotten to see that over the years, and how much he cares about the community and how much he cares about his teammates and his family, and I think that just like radiates off of him. And I think as a leader of a franchise, it's all you'd want.
Will it be a golf match to figure out who's going to wear the abbreviation on the back of the jersey?
I'll wear it. I'll take it.
Played any courses up here yet?
No, I haven't, but I do want to go play Oak Hill at some point. I know someone had the quarter zip on earlier today, so I got to find it.
I know there's been a lot of connections between the Panthers and the Bills, and you spent some time there. I don't know if there's any crossover there. I don't think so with Brady or Dorsey, but anybody that you know in the building here while you were there?
So Brady, I was re-signed to Carolina for 2 weeks before they traded me to Washington. So I had some contact with Brady. I've talked to him over the years. I've seen him in games, so a little familiarity with their Brady. But, you know, there's a couple guys around the building who I was there with, you know, and it's similar tree. So, you know, when I was in Carolina, people were talking about all the people here too. So there's a decent amount of familiarity for me.
How much do you think your relationship with Josh can help both of you grow in terms of you kind of coming into this offense, picking it up, but then obviously a big part of the backup's job is to, you know, in the meeting room and on the sidelines during games, you know, talking with the starter, what you're seeing and things like that. Do you think that your previous relationship with Josh will give you a head start on that?
Yeah, I mean, for me picking up the offense for sure, that's going to help. You know, a guy that's going to be willing to help me for sure. And then I think, I mean, I'm just here to support him in any way I can. You know, I think our relationship over the last 6 years. We're super close. We're boys, and so same with Barkley and him. They're boys, you know. And Case became that way last year, but I think that we can really help him and have real conversations with him, and he can respect our opinions and, you know, other ways where sometimes you're in different quarterback rooms where guys don't really know each other and, you know, maybe the respect isn't there, but I think the respect is fully there all around in the room.
Kind of to that point, just being such good friends with him, it is different to be working with someone in that sense. What from training with him do you think you guys can carry over to, like, you know, knowing his tendencies or maybe knowing, like, here's how he likes feedback and vice versa too? Like, what is that working relationship like?
I think just the competitiveness. Like, I think we feed off each other out there from a competitive standpoint, and so it's anything we do in life and anything he does in life is ultra competitive. You guys have seen that, but I think when just hanging out, like, you know, throwing, working out, golfing, like doing whatever, it's always super competitive. So I think hopefully that'll push both of us.
What would it be like to be playing with an Aggie alum in Von Miller?
Oh, it's gonna be awesome. Vaughn's the man. I don't know Vaughn super well, but I've always, you know, talked to him over the years here and there, and obviously always looked up to him. And when I went to A&M, he still is A&M legend, but he was like fresh off Super Bowl, you know, and so it's gonna be awesome to play with him. Thanks, guys.
See you on the green.
Catherine?
You bet.
You do us a favor.
Yeah,
You create the new
the new one.
three, I don't know how to do it.
I can. It'll just take me a little bit to add everyone to it.
I'm gonna, I've started some of the transcription already.
No, totally.
I just need a place to do it.
Yeah.
I know there's been a lot of talk about the transcripts. I didn't hear that part that we were the only team, but nice. Yeah, well, that's what they need is that the team provides the certainly passionate about that. Yep. May. You think I'll be in on that too? I was anticipating you will. I was gonna, I'm hoping that you can do Friday, because I was gonna take Elliot on Friday. Absolutely.
This is where I need.
If either of you want to help me out with coverage, I'd really appreciate it. We used to have 15 people on staff to cover these.
It was like that.
Now it's me.
I mean,
The
the
joke.
89 Change Open, you had the whole state, you had like,
We have
the
whole
news
staff-
side, there was like 25. Yeah.
We have whole staffs even in 2013. We had 20 people.
You know, it's Skursky, the letter J.
I just have the one jam tomorrow.
J.M. Morrow? Okay, got it. At AP.
Yep.
I'll start with you, Nacho's question about.
I'll tell you when I ended, I ended on,
I'll wait.
I ended when somebody asked him about who do you know in the building. He said Brady and somebody else.
You know, Sal, yeah.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Thanks, I missed the dot. That's why I was like, I know I should have this.
you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. What's up, dude? Not quite as consistent though. I got lucky one. You said you'll hook me up with golf?
I can hook you up wherever you want in Rochester.
With my swing or with the course? With the course. Okay, the course. Thank you. You know, I was trying to work on my color while I was down there in Florida.
George, are you as, I guess, surprised as most people are, a lot of people are, about being back and sitting here today?
I would say like 50-50, man. Honestly didn't know what was gonna, the free agency. This is my first time being a free agent in my career, really kind of hitting the market, I guess as you call it. But I knew that this is where I wanted to be. I knew that this is where I wanted to play. And these are my people. I've been here 6 years. I love it here. I'm comfortable here, and I know the expectations that this organization has in me and the expectations that I have elsewhere, with my teammates, with the coaches. And like I said, I feel pretty salty about the way the season ended last year, with everything that had gone on, and then losing the home playoff game against Cincinnati. It was tough. And then, you go into the offseason just with a lot of questions about, a lot of things. Me wondering what the hell is going to happen. Shoot, if I'm even going to play again. And, I knew I wanted to play again. I knew I can still play at a high level. Just where that was going to be and who it was going to be for, that was the question. And it was pretty stressful about a month. That's why I didn't golf as much. I tried to go out there and golf, and I just couldn't really concentrate because all I was thinking about was football. So now I might be able to go out there and swing a little bit better. But no, this is home, man. I love these fans out here. I love this community. I know I said some stuff about the taxes. I think we can all agree that we're like, what the hell? Like, yes. So, I mean, sorry, I said it. I said the truth. But that had nothing to do with my decision on whether or not I was going to come here or leave. I didn't want to leave, and I'm home now. And this is where I'm going to finish my career, and I'm really excited about that.
What was it like, just talk about, what was it like speed dating throughout the NFL?
I wouldn't call it speed dating. It was, like I said, there were teams that were interested. There were teams that wanted me on their football team and thought that, and that I would be a huge asset to help them win. And like I said, there was a lot of calls, a lot of being on the phone, a lot of conversations with my wife, just about being here or being there or being in Buffalo. And ultimately it came down to, what I thought was going to make me happy and what I thought was going to be best for, myself and my family moving forward, not just in my career, but in life, I don't know how many more years I have left to play. I know I have this year guaranteed that I'm going to be able to play football and be able to play at a high level. And, I'm healthy now. I just needed some time to get my body right. I'm healthy now, and I'm ready to play. I know people are probably saying this, that, or the other about this, that, or the other. I really don't give a damn because I'm a football player. I'm a ball player. I'm an all-pro. I'm a Pro Bowl. I'm here to help the team win a championship. And that's been my goal since I came here in 2017. I remember talking to Micah, the first time it wasn't the first time I met him, but it was the first time we saw each other in Buffalo. It was like, bro, we are going to turn this city around, and we're going to give this city a championship. And that's been our goal since we got here, and it hasn't changed. And that was another reason why I wanted to come back, because I truly want to help this team win a championship. And I truly believe that we do have the right team to do that. And so run it back.
Was there anything that surprised you about the free agency process?
I guess just like I said, just the unknown, really. I thought that maybe I would be having to, I don't know, maybe fly there, do this or do that. But, it was really kind of just me going to workouts and then coming home and just waiting to see what happens. You started seeing guys come off the board. Jesse Bates, super happy for him, coming off the board. And then you see, Marcus Epps go to Vegas. A couple other transactions that happened, and you're just kind of still sitting there wondering, at the same time, I was able to let Bean and Drew handle it, and they handled it in a professional manner, and I just sat back and just stayed positive, and like I said, my wife was helping me stay positive through it all. My daughter's just keeping me entertained and keeping my mind off of things. She's 6 now. She's running my house. It's crazy. But yeah, I mean, it was stressful, but at the same time, I was able to kind of sit back and just let things kind of play into itself.
I haven't counted up exactly, but there's at least 18 starting safeties hit the market this year. Just kind of a weird one of those things, I mean, a lot of real, full-time starters. Did Drew, you get a sense at all from Drew in the process that, well, the Bills' door isn't closed?
Oh, I've had that. I mean, since the end of the season, I knew that, one of the main things going into the offseason was to not alienate any relationships in this organization. I have no ill feelings towards anybody out here, anybody in this building or anything like that. And I wanted to, if that was my last game as a Buffalo Bill, I wanted to go out on a positive note with no negativity wherever it was that I ended up playing, whether I played somewhere else or I retired. I think, like I said, I forgot your question because I was just.
There were a lot of safeties on the market, so I mean, it was just a weird year that it was a buyer's market for teams.
Right.
This year, so it's like that. If there were 8.
It might have been different, yeah. So they can, I mean, again, I was my first time in free agency. I didn't really know what to expect. As soon as, I'm 31 now. I'm sure I'm not on people's boards like, oh, damn, Jordan Poyer, like, dang, we can go get him. But I know I'm a football player. I know I'm a ball player. I know wherever I ended up with, I'm going to be a ball player and help that team win football games. And I'm just super blessed and super thankful and excited that it's here.
How quickly after knowing you were coming back here did you reach out to Micah?
Did minute. I was probably still just hanging up the phone as my phone was dialing to call him. I called him right away, man. I mean, we were all having conversations. All the boys on the back end, all the boys up front. We were all talking throughout the off season, and the guys on this team. Everybody really around the league understands the business side of this league, and you guys understand it. We understand it, and so we're all super happy for Tremaine. Everybody wishes, we could have Tremaine back, but everybody's super happy for Tremaine going to Chicago, getting what he deserves, and it's tough. It'll be tough not to have him, but at the same time, we will continue to move forward, and we still got some dogs on this team, and we're gonna get Vaughn back, and that's just gonna make our team even better. Matt Bolano, one of the best outside linebacker in the game, and then you got the best safety duo in the game, and then you got, I believe, one of the best corners in the game. So when healthy, and he's going to come back, I bet you Trey's going to come back better than he's ever been before, and that's just because I know Trey and I know how he's working right now, and same with Kyer, man. I saw Kyer over the weekend. He came to my house in South Florida, and we just sat and chopped it up, man. And he's working hard too, and he's really came along, especially towards the end of the season. So it's just a bunch of guys that I'm really excited to work with again, and even Taron Johnson, the best nickel in the game. I mean, it's a bunch of guys that I'm really excited to work with, and it was a huge part of why I was excited to come back here.
Jordan, is it not funny that last April you switch agents and you wanted to feel validated, and now it kind of comes full circle in which you do feel validated that this team did want you. Is it kind of strange or funny or ironic how it turned out that way in some ways?
I'm not sure. I kind of confused the question.
Well, you were looking for a reward in April.
Aren't we all?
Fair. But you were rewarded by and you said you didn't want to burn any bridges, you respected everybody here, but it's kind of funny that you did get rewarded at a time when you were looking for a future, right back where it began, right back where it was.
Yeah, I mean, I was just testing the market. I was a free agent. I was seeing just what else is out there. And there wasn't anything out there that I would have been happy about going to do. At the end of the day, it really came down to what is going to make. This is one of the things my wife was telling me. What is going to make Jordan Poyer happy? What is going to make you happy? Because whatever makes you happy is going to make everybody else around you happier. And so being here was going to make me happy. Being here with the guys that I'm here with, being here with being in the community, with the community that I've grown to love, you know, and just seeing all the people in here today, I damn near start crying because it's like you see all the people in here that you've built a relationship over the last 6 years and just how excited they are to have you back in the building, you know. It's pretty special.
You just mentioned Mike a minute ago.
Go ahead, Sal.
Thank you, that's all right. Can you update us on, touch on what you went through last year physically and where you are now?
Yeah, I mean, last year was probably the hardest year I probably ever had to go through, mentally and physically. When Micah went down, it was really hard. You know, that's my right-hand man. And then, you know, you're playing with it almost seemed like a different lineup all the time. And, you know, it kind of then dealing with the injuries that I was dealing with on top of that, you know, and then everybody was saying, you know, we're 6-0 in Poyer plays, or 7-0 in Poyer plays. And I'm sitting there like, well, damn, I got one elbow. I'm trying to just get right, you know? And it's like, well, damn, now I gotta go out here and play for it, you know? So it was a lot of pressure. It was a lot of stress, but at the same time, you know, I wouldn't have changed it at all. You know, I feel like I'm a better man and a better player because of it. I feel like I just needed some time after the season to get healthy, and, you know, I feel great now. And, you know, I'm excited to, you know, I'll be out here for OTAs because I don't got any contract issues now, so I'll be out here for OTAs. And we'll be, you know, we're going to hit the ground running, man. And like I said, I'm excited to be a part of this team and be a part of a lot of these guys. You know, a lot of these guys' career again, and try to help this team win football games.
Jordan, how much of a relief is it that this is all done?
All done. Yes, it's like a whole bunch of weight off my shoulder. Like I said earlier, I feel like I can go out and actually enjoy a round of golf now. I can actually go out and, you know, go out to dinner with my wife and like not sit there and just be staring off into the distance, wondering, you know, what the hell is going to happen. And so, you know, it is a lot of relief off my shoulders.
You've been here 6 years at a high level. It's going to be 8. Have you thought at all about, you know, winding up as one of the all-time Bills?
Yeah, I have. And, you know, there's some great players that have came through this organization that, you know, just to be even mentioned in the same breath as them would be crazy. But, you know, I still feel like I have some of my best ball ahead of me. I still feel like I'm going to be playing at a very high level this next year. And I feel like I'm going to help this team win a lot of football games. And, you know, it's a crazy game. It's a game that I love. You know, you're going to get out of this game what you put in. And I've put my whole life into this game, you know, and driving to Kansas City. That's how much I love this game. You know, playing hurt all season long. You know, that's how much I love this game. That's how much I love my teammates. And like I said, it taught me a lot about myself. It taught me a lot about, you know, a lot of the people around me. It gave me a lot of perspective on life. Gave me a lot of perspective on football. And like I said, moving forward, it's going to make me a better player because of it, and it's going to make us a better team for going through what we had to go through last year. You know, a fresh start. You know, hopefully you don't got snowstorms again where we got to cancel games. I think that was how many times has that happened in y'all career that y'all have been out here? I don't know how many. So yeah, we get to go to London, which is dope. I'm excited about that. And, you know, we're excited. We got the best quarterback in the game, and we're gonna continue to, you know, let everybody else talk about everybody else in the AFC East. You know, we'll just kind of sit back and kind of stay ducked away in the weeds, and, you know, we'll come surprise people when it's time.
What does a guy like Leslie Frazier mean to you?
I heard 2 Leslie Fraziers.
Who's friends without Leslie, and how much do you think with you and Micah and Trey being in that back end helps overcome, you know, the change, the temporary change?
Yeah, you know, Coach Frazier's someone that's going to be truly missed in my heart. You know, he's somebody that when I came in 2017, he gave me the confidence in myself. and to be able to go out there and play at a high level. Some the confidence I didn't even know I had, and until, him just sitting down, talking to me, telling me that, I am a really good player and I can be a really good player in his system if I just am able to trust the system, learn the system, and he's somebody who had learned to trust me and learned to kind of just, he gave me the playbook in a sense of like, help these young guys, teach these young guys. This is how it's done. Every Wednesday I'd go into a Wednesday meeting and I would just expect Frage to just call on me and be like, all right, Jordan, we're playing the, say, Arizona Cardinals a week. What do you expect out of them? We haven't talked about the Arizona Cardinals until that morning. So he's calling on me, and that's letting me know that how much he has confidence in me and how much trust that he has in me to come to those meetings prepared, to come to those, because, if I come to those meeting prepared and other guys around me can see, like, oh, Jay understands. Look, they coming out. We're playing the Cardinals. They coming out. Their first 15 plays. This is what they're doing. Or these are their top, routes. Or these are their top formations. And they'll get the other guys on the team be like, okay, well, shit. Maybe they didn't come in as prepared, and so maybe that night they're like, okay, well, let me go watch a little bit more film tonight. Maybe one of the leaders on the team is doing this. Maybe, and it's just kind of a trickle effect. And you can start to see. It's crazy to be in this position right now as a 11-year vet and guys looking up to me, because I remember being the rookie, second, third-year player, and I'm seeing guys like Joe Hayden and Dante Whitner, and I'm like, dog, like, to be at that age and like have that, I'm looking up these guys like they're just superstars. Like, oh my God, that's Joe Hayden. Like, and he's on the same team as me, sitting right next to me, just cracking jokes with me, and it's weird for me to be in that same position, because I used to see guys like myself like wide-eyed, but those guys had really helped me become the player that I am today, and I want to continue to help the other younger players, D-Ham, the Jaquans, the Cam Lewises, all those guys become the best version of themselves as they can be, and show them like, look, I'm a 7th-round pick. If I could play 11 years in this league, you could play 11 years in this league. You know what I mean? It's all about how bad do you want it, how much do you love it, how much you're gonna commit to it, and so, it's like I said, Frage is somebody who gave me a lot of trust and gave me a lot of confidence in myself. He will definitely be missed, but I think he'd be one of the first to tell you, this is a business, and the NFL train is going to keep running whether you're here or not. And so we're going to have to figure out ways. And I know we have no doubts. We got some great players on our team. Sean is still a hell of a defensive coordinator and a defensive coach, defensive minded coach. And we added some new pieces, and some very smart coaches that are coming in, and we're excited, that I'm excited to work with and moving forward.
Now, for a good week, a little bit ago, what was it like, that conversation with him, you're coming back, and why is it important to you to continue playing with him?
Yeah, man, I just felt like we had some unfinished business to do. He got hurt last year early on in the season. It was hard to lose him, like I said, because we feed off each other, we play off each other, we know what each other's thinking, we know the conversations that need to be had, like post snap, pre snap, during snap, and so when it kind of like breaks up like that, and you kind of like are getting thrown off, it makes it a little harder, and just to hear the happiness that he had in his voice, knowing that I was coming back, and it was kind of like it both took stress off of both of us, because if I didn't come back, he's out here playing, D-Ham's coming back, and it's going to be like it was for me this year, except I'm not going to be being able to help coach him on the sideline, because I'll probably be somewhere else. He was able to coach me all season long, and that was something I really respected about that. He could have gone and did his rehab somewhere and did his surgery somewhere, but he came back to be a part of the team to kind of keep me. I mean, dude, if he wasn't there, I'd probably had a couple mental breakdowns, because it was tough. Middle of the year comes around, you're trying to just get ready for Sunday, and body's just hurting, your elbows are hurting, your foot's hurt, your ribs are hurting, like in 2 broken ribs, you can't even breathe. So it's like, he was somebody that, huge reason why I was excited to come back and play at this organization, because I get to play with Mike Hyde again.
Jordan, going back to Leslie, we know what kind of respect he has in the room. You mentioned kind of regularly texting with your teammates during the offseason. How surprised were you when you saw that he wasn't going to come back? And then moving forward, just how much of a change do
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty surprised. I think Frazier has been one of the staples in this organization for the last 6 years. I'm not really sure the changes. We'll find out come OTAs. I'm sure there's gonna be some wrinkles here and there, but I do think that we run our defense, and when we run it well, it works. And I think there'll probably be, like I said, some wrinkles, and we'll probably have to mix some things up. And then I honestly don't know. I don't know how it's gonna be. I know they're upstairs. I went upstairs earlier. They're watching tape. They're probably watching tape all day long. But right now I'm just excited to be here and take this all in. All that'll come when it comes.
You talked about the mental and physical hardships that you endured. You used the word retirement a couple of times up there. How legitimate of a possibility was that for you? How seriously did you weigh that?
To be honest, the day after the game, I was like, man, F this, I'm done. But I had to kind of decompress a little bit. And my wife said the same thing. Jordan, just take a couple weeks, man. And I played in the Pro Bowl game, and when I played in the Pro Bowl game, I was like, all right, I'll be all right. I'll just get over it and move on. It's football. You win some, you lose some, you move on. Some are harder than others, but you move on. And I knew that if I just had some time to get my body right, I'm going to be perfectly fine. And that's where I'm at right now. I've been able to, have some really good training down there in South Florida. My boy Mark, my boy Aaron Santiso been getting me right. And like I said, I'm excited for this opportunity.
Now, it was a love affair for a couple of weeks with you potentially landing with the Dolphins. What changed that?
Really nothing changed. I think the media made that out to be something that it really wasn't. I mean, I said I like to play somewhere where they didn't tax me as much, and it was nice weather. But I didn't say it like that. I think a lot of people took how I said it and kind of spun it, because on the podcast I said, yeah, the question was, if I could go play anywhere else but Buffalo, where would you go? Somewhere that's not going to tax me, and the sun's going to come out every once in a while. So people just happen to link that to South Florida because I lived down there in the off season, and I guess the ball just kept rolling, and it was crazy situation. I know I'll probably get booed when I go to play in Miami now, but it's all right. I'll be all right. They'll be all right. What's a rivalry without a little frustration? So it's good. I don't have an amount of time, no. I'd like to get a championship. I don't know. Maybe if we get a championship this year, I'll ride off into the sunset. I would like to play as long as my body can tell me I can play. I love this game with a passion. I love I love the relationships that you're able to build. I love the ups. I love the downs. I love the lessons that you learn in this game, because there's so many lessons in this game that carry over into life, and vice versa. Life carry over into football. And so, it's always a learning process, always a learning curve, and just continue like, Coach said, had Coach McDermott, I'd never forget the Kaizen word that he brought. One of the first, it was one of the first things that I memorized when he put that chart up, just the Kaizen, the continuous growth, just always trying to make yourself better, always trying to get better. That's in football and in life and whatever you're doing, really. Journaling. How are you gonna make yourself better each day? When you wake up, what am I gonna do today that's gonna better myself as a human being? So, I think I don't want to put a timestamp on it. I just kind of want to let it go one day at a time and see where it takes me.
What do you think is the missing element for this team to reach the ultimate?
I don't think there is a missing element. I guess you just say finish. Last year it seemed like we started off extremely hot. Hit a couple bumps in the road, a bunch of injuries, stuff happened. The year before, 13 seconds. I mean, could have been avoided. I mean, to me, it could have been avoided, but it happened, and you learn from it. I don't think there's nothing that's missing. I just think finish. Just finish and finish what we came here to do, man. And since 2017, and that's bring Western New York a trophy, and that's what I'm here to do. That's my main goal, and that's what it is.
Are you still salty you got robbed of the Home Run Derby championship from Josh a few years ago, and are you looking forward to it?
I'm coming for Josh's neck this this home run derby. I'm winning it. I'm calling it right now. I'm winning it, and you can put this clip on there. I'm winning the home run derby this year. Golly, I got to. All right, thanks, guys.
somebody not do, who, is any, should I do the second half of, McGovern?
I did the first half. I don't know if anybody volunteered.
Bean has firm it, he's not coming down.
I was just thinking that.
I need Virginia. I'm not sure.
Big action on firm.
Okay.
Oh, but Alex was texting.
Only doing that to ruffle his feathers. Did I overhear the second half of that?
Is somebody doing the second half?
I did the first half, the first format.
I can do the second half. You wanna do it? Or I? Okay.
We gotta get guys for Bean anyway.
Yeah, it's in here and everything picks up after, what did you want? Dallas.
That's right, stand up.
First two things he did.
Maryland was an underdog.
Yes.
USB connection?
You know?
Here, hand me my card out of there. but I'm thinking about it.
You should go to Chick-fil-A and ask for the beef. My friend Joe recommended that beef.
She's sick, all that stuff goes.
I know.
It's a challenge. Walking away from bottlenecks to drive.
Now you're just making shit up. That you'll like that one. It's about Vanderpump. I'm gonna find it specifically.
But I knew what was gonna happen, so I knew that, you know, to. Otherwise, it's kind of like.
Watched the first season of F1. Watched the first season of F1.
I just started watching it.
Is it good?
Oh,
It's pretty good.
Okay.
It's okay. Something to do when you're working out.
Are you gonna go to season 2?
I'm only halfway through season 1. I might. Yeah.
Season two's good.
I'm not
And then-
like sitting down there prime time viewing at 9:30 at night, you know.
He's gonna turn you into a fan, you think?
I don't know. Jury's out. I only have so much time for
New sports.
for sport. The F1 Netflix series.
Did you watch the golf one?
I did watch the golf. I thought it was good too. I enjoyed it. I mean, obviously they tried to make it basic, not golf.
gotta do it because you never know who's gonna want to come. You gotta do it. I understand that. And you think about the wasted tea service. Well, you guys use a lot, but I get used to it. But I don't, I mean, I use obviously some of it good, not anywhere close to what's in there. Yeah, I should have excluded you guys if you're gonna do 5 sports a day. Been in March.
Wireless mouse. That's the setup. You're high tech.
Yeah, I hate using this time. It's just
Right. I agree. Oh, you got the mouse too. I hate that. I'm so trained to it, especially like right now, it's like cars. Yeah. I think it's more precise than mouse, but anyway, I'm old. That's sorry. Watch well, the first one I ordered. You look at it, it was still strange to me seeing it so big. Like, yeah, like that. He looked, yeah, you know, had somebody on shape. Yeah. And he said he'll probably do after a while. He takes some people over. You know what I mean? That's why nobody, very few go out on top. Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
Your first mistake.
I wrote Edmonds, and I'm gonna break my
But it's, that's why I
for
think
tomorrow.
this
Why, I don't know, maybe, why not?
Save.
Or no, I'll save.
Yeah.
Right, not for tomorrow.
Yes.
And then somebody else could do Hardy, or Al Allen could do Saturday Hardy or something.
Perfect.
because your readers need to know. See that definitive counter government, please get it out there.
General interesting.
Say it again?
Enjoying the snow?
No. No. I got to get used to that again. We ain't get that down south.
So, you know, introduce myself, Mookie Hawkins, Buffalo Sports Today. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
What made you such a great fit? What let you sign here in Buffalo?
Say it again?
What made you such a good fit here in Buffalo?
I feel like just talking to the coaches and everything, I feel like the thing that I bring most is elusiveness and speed. So being able to stretch the field and open up the field a little bit more, and then just, you know, being able to run those quick, short routes and, you know, just get the ball out in space and just create explosive plays.
A lot of people consider you mainly a slot receiver, but it isn't true. I mean, I looked at 21, you had more snaps on the outside, right?
Yeah.
So what can you bring on the outside? Because this team does need somebody on the outside too to produce. What can you do on the outside?
I mean, really the same thing I could do on the inside, but really outside just being able to, like I said, just open up the field. So for those guys who do play inside, so they got room to work outside, meaning like if they have outbreaking routes, they got more space to run. And then just adding that deep ball outside as well. So kind of the same outside and inside, just being able to stretch the field and just create explosive plays downfield.
What do you know about the Bills and what made you want to sign besides the money?
Bills are the last couple of years they've been pretty close to getting to where they want to go, which is the Super Bowl. I just feel like they were just missing a few pieces, and hopefully I could just be one of those pieces that could just help us get to where we want to go.
What was it like playing with Drew Brees, and what do you think what it's going to be like? How excited are you to play with Josh?
Drew is different. Like his mind just worked different. Guru at what he did, very accurate, very precise, and he just wanted things done his way. I think the big difference is the arm strength, being able to make certain plays, being able to stretch plays for Josh. I think that's really the biggest difference. Like Josh is very accurate, and he's one of those guys where the play might look dead, but in reality it's not. So I think that's really just the biggest difference.
What did playing for Drew and for Sean Payton do for you from a just knowledge of offense?
Yeah, they helped me learn so much. Drew is an offensive coordinator. Obviously, Sean is an offensive guru in my book. Just being around them and watching and listening to the conversations they have and watching film with them, it just teaches you a lot about the game that you don't think of or nobody really put an emphasis on. So being around them it just helped you learn so much.
You mentioned how you feel you kind of have the same approach our team uses you. Have the Bills talked too much about how they see you fitting into this offense?
We haven't really got into many details, but they just see me as a guy who can just come in and make plays and just help this team wherever needed.
14 touchdowns, you know, D2 record there. What are your intentions? Punt return, kick return, both maybe?
I'll block if they need me to be honest. I just want, like I said, I just want to impact the game whichever way they need me to and just help this team get to the ultimate goal.
Deontay, you played at a D2 school in college. How does that chip on your shoulder mindset, how is it still with you today in the NFL?
I feel like my whole career, even as a young player, like playing rec ball, I've always been doubted. I've always been counted out because of my size. So that's just a mentality that I always had growing up, and like getting recruited in college, it was the same thing. So then when I got recruited in the NFL, it was kind of the same. Oh, he's too small. He won't be able to play. So, I always had that chip on my shoulder, and I just feel like sky's the limit, to be honest. And I feel like being used the right way, I could just get to where I want to be.
Your first NFL touchdown was a punt return.
Yeah.
What do you think you could make as an impact as a punt returner or kick returner here?
I feel like we have we already have good guys here. So, but if needed, I feel like I could just continue what I've been doing all my career, which is hopefully scoring some. I haven't scored some in a little bit, but hopefully, I mean, if need be, I go back there and take some to the crib.
Now, you had an amazing journey. You know, just care to talk about, you know, what has been the blessing through all this, you know, persevering through it all?
Really just staying humble, staying grounded. I got my family, I got God, so just keeping my head down, believing in what I know, trusting in myself, God, and my family, and everything will be straight.
As a Baltimore guy, did you ever play, do you know Jared Patterson or the Patterson brothers at all?
Nah,
Oh, I know you know Stephon Diggs.
I know of him. Yeah,
What was he like, you know, playing alongside him?
it's a blessing. I mean, it's one of the guys that I studied. So being able to line up next to him is a dream come true. College, when I was when he was in college, when he played at Maryland, like he was just one of those guys. Like him and Tavon Austin were like the two people that I looked up to the most. So I just watched them. I used to watch their highlights before every game.
Had you heard much about, did you know anyone on the Bills? Had you heard much about, like, what made you, made this appealing to come here?
I knew Gabe, but I knew Gabe through like one of my closest friends. So, but it was just all about fit. We felt as though this would be the best fit for me as far as how it'll be used. And then obviously this team is a contender every year, so I want to win.
How about this, how tough was this last season? You were sitting out most of the season.
Nah, definitely tough. You go through a period where like you start questioning things. Like for me, football is not everything I have, but it means a lot to me. So it's like not being able to go out there and play. It was a tough process, but like I said, I got my family, I got God, so everybody kept me grounded and just kept me going.
Were you worried? I mean, as it turned out, you got a pretty good contract.
Yeah.
Were you worried at the end of the season, geez, am I off the radar?
Yeah.
A little worried that your contract was up and what was going to happen.
Nah, never too worried. I mean, the whole process was stressful, like towards the back end, but I wasn't like really worried. I was just more like impatient. I just want to play football. So it was just me trying to hurry up and get on the team and and just get ready to play again.
How severe was that injury? And, where are you right now with it?
It was pretty bad. Tore both of the ligaments in my toe, and then had to get my plantar plate redone. So it was a pretty bad injury, but I'm fully healthy now. I was cleared a while ago. I'm back to doing everything. I'm back to feeling like my normal self. So I'm good to go.
If you were to do a 40 right now, what you think you would run?
4.8. Nah. 4.3, 4.4. Yep. Appreciate y'all.
asked me to wear white today. It's controversial. Oh, hi, John. 20 what? What's 20? Oh, twinning. I thought you said 20. My bad. Yeah, any day I can twin with Derek's a good day. He's my guy. Everybody ready in the back?
Jump on me that you've done, you know, pretty minimal stuff so far. That was kind of the plan, wasn't it? You didn't really, you weren't lying to us at the combine, right?
No, I mean,
Lied to us before, but not at the combine.
not intentionally, Sal. No, I was trying to, set expectations. We're, this year's cap, next year's cap tight, just what we've starting back with coming off the cap going down with COVID. We're trying to work our way out so that we don't have just a tear down. And you see that happen from a team here or there that, just like, man, we can't do anymore. We gotta get rid of some of these huge salaries, and the only way to do it is either try to kick it further down the road, making it harder, or start trading, releasing, and taking those hits. So we're trying not to do that. We want to be competitive every single year, and so some years you're just not going to be able to add a big ticket item every year. I know that's, it's sexy to go do that. And listen, we want as many talented players as we can get, but we got to be fiscally responsible, because if not, it will pile up, and you'll be seeing some of our, the jerseys that people are wearing. Those players ain't going to be with us, and so that's where we're at. We're trying to be smart, find players that fit, and we'll continue looking. I know I'm here today, but we're not necessarily done. There's still a lot of free agents out there. We're having conversations, and there could even be more cap casualties as guys are added. So our scouts have done a great job, and really appreciate what they've done. The coaches kind of helping us formulate, just like our draft board, our free agency board, and kind of targets, and so that's the moves we've made to this point, and we'll continue looking.
How would you characterize the ability to get Jordan Poyer back?
Yeah, excited to get Jordan back. All along, these are never easy when the business parts gets in the way of trying to find, us not extending Jordan, early is just more what can we do in the cap, and we didn't know the cap till after the season, and obviously we lost Tremaine, and just we don't want to lose any of the guys that we do, but was very excited, that we were able to get Jordan back selfishly. At the same time, if Jordan had hit some big deal, we would have been, such as Tremaine did, would have been very happy for him. We want, all our people that do leave to, hit it big, but glad to get him back and repair him with Micah, and he's a leader, he's a dog, he brings an edge to our defense, and he can take the ball away.
Do you think it's a little bit of an upset that, were you thinking there was a decent chance on January 15th when the season ended? Were you thinking you might be losing this guy?
I'm an eternal optimist, Mark. So until I hear they're gone, I'm going to be looking at ways to get the guys back that belong here and that we want on this team. But you have to wait and see how the economics play out, and I give Drew and Jordan, Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, a lot of credit. Constant communication, all the way back to last spring through getting this thing solidified yesterday.
Brandon, losing Tremaine, when you look at that middle linebacker position, is there more of an emphasis on looking at that position in the draft, or do you think it's going to be more of an internal competition, or maybe bringing someone in from free agency to fill that spot?
Yeah, sometimes your answer is on your roster, and so we think, Tyrell, getting Dotson back on a 1 year, him, obviously we had the 2 draft picks last year, and Bernard and Spector, they've been in our program a year. They're going to be a lot more prepared for the pro game and our defensive system going in. So, it's a competition, and we'll continue to look, whether that's cap casualties, free agencies, if there's a player in the draft, it'll be competition. We're not going to, state now or probably next month or in 2 months, this person's the starter. they're all going to get a chance to compete, and best man wins.
Have you, just to follow up on that, have you guys talked about it all, possibly moving Milano to middle linebacker, or is that like you want to keep him where he's at?
No, we'll keep Matt where he's at. We think he's really good. He's a matchup linebacker, and glad to get him extended, here and, adding 2 years, which holds him here in Buffalo for 4 years. So, no, ultimately, we'll leave Matt there, and we'll just let there be competition, for that middle linebacker.
Did you assume that Tremaine's number was gonna get probably to where it ended up? Or did you kind of know going in that you weren't gonna do that?
Well, you never know what you're going to do. We stayed in touch with his representatives as well, but we thought he, was the top linebacker in free agency, and so all it takes is one team, and I don't know how many were bidding for him before he landed in Chicago. I'm not privy to that, but it's not a surprise that he got up there. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's 25 years old, has already got 5 years of experience. We love him, didn't want to lose him, but again, it's a puzzle piece, and unfortunately just can't keep them all.
How big of a blow was this to lose Tremaine, and how much does this experience factor in how you go about in the future with dealing with Gabe Davis and Ed Oliver?
Well, I mean, you want to keep them all, Mookie. You just you can't, and you got to pick your spots and do your best, with you can. But we're always wanting to, again, draft, develop, sign our own. Sometimes, there's big ticket items that you just can't. You can only pay so many guys, and so when you're talking about a guy that just hit, an 18 million APY, that's hard. If you're going to pay that, then you may say, all right, we're going to lose this guy, or we're going to need to move on from him. So you make decisions, and you do the best you can. You don't want to lose a guy like Tremaine, but no, guys like Gabe and Ed, we'll hope to continue here for longer than their rookie deals that they're currently on.
Brandon, what do you think about Deontay in terms of his fit and what you kind of envision for him in this offense?
I think Deontay, he fits what we call our 4 role, which is a guy who can play outside and play inside. We've seen him do both in New Orleans. This year, unfortunately, he got the injury, but he was a guy I thought the previous year really showed, some good stuff of stretching the field vertically and tracking the ball well, but also can catch an underneath ball, can run an option route from the inside, 9-stop route, where he's, running that corner off the ball and then hitting the stop. Quarterback hits him. So we think he's, I've mentioned Rack before. We think he's, when you got a guy who's a punt returner who plays receiver, those guys are generally pretty good rack players. And so, we followed him for a couple years, and we thought this was a good time to go after him.
Now, you talk about Rack, and that was something that you really emphasized on, going into last season. That really didn't materialize. So you think that bringing in, Hardy was more or less of that, getting a guy that could, run after the catch?
That's part of it, yeah. He's a guy that can do a lot. As I said, rack. He can also, he can hit it deep. He's a vertical threat, and if you've got a legit vertical threat, that can help open things up, for Gabe or Steph or Khalil, any of the other guys that are playing receiver. So I think he'll just be another piece that Dorsey can use however he wants, like I said, as an outside or an inside. And, Coach Smiley will have an opportunity to throw him back there in the return game with Naheem. Those guys will, have opportunities to do that as well.
Hey, Brandon, with the money you moved around earlier in the week, what kind of flexibility do you still have as the secondary market now opens, or even the trade market?
Yeah, I mean, not a lot. We're probably we're going to get we tendered Dame, but we're solidifying a deal for a 1 year that will lower, give him some guarantees, but lower his cap number for us from that 2.7, 2.8, wherever he was going to be on the tender. So when we get done with that and get Naheem's restructure turned in, I think we'll be 9-ish, give or take a little bit. I can't remember exactly where it's at, Ryan, but you got to remember, like, for example, last year, just your practice squad was like $3.5 million. So your draft picks go into this. So it's not like I have 9.5, 9 or 9.5 just sitting here. We still have to account for that. And then replacement cost, when guys get injured in season, you're generally holding, $4 or $5 million for that. We still have money. We just have to be smart. If we spend too much of that, that means we're going to have to find more people to restructure. Again, not that I'm against it, but the more you do, then the bigger that avalanche gets, years down the line.
Brandon, do you anticipate Isaiah McKenzie being on the roster past his roster bump?
That's a good question. We're still sorting that out. Love Isaiah. He's been great for us. We're talking internally about, making sure we don't have too much duplicate, but, I think we'll know here in the next couple of days.
Do you have an update on DeMar? I know you talked about him at DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah.
I know you talked about him at the combine, just wondering if there's been any update on his status and where he stands as far as a lineup of roster picks.
Yeah, DeMar is, he's back in town a little bit this week. He may have gone back to Pittsburgh by now, but had a great visit with him a couple days ago, and he's in great spirits. He's off the world tour that he and I laughed about, of all the sporting events and everything else. But he's dialed in. He definitely has every intention to play. He's got, I know of one more visit, but I think they'll get wrapped up by, sometime in April as it stands now. That could always change if he sees someone in April that says, hey, I want you to come back in May. But everything is checked out to this point, and so it's trending in the right direction. But we'll get him through all those, and then we'll make sure all of our medical people are hearing all those opinions on each visit, and make sure that we're all on the same page of what it would look like. But we're rooting for him. He wants to do it, and we want to see him do it, and that's probably where it's at today.
And segueing to another thing, you saying you have 9-ish million perhaps, which is really unusual in some ways, because usually you've been able to augment your roster in free agency and then address other needs in the draft per se to a certain degree. How does this really switch your philosophy going into April in some ways, knowing that you were unable to address some needs in free agency?
Yeah, well, free agency's not over, and so that's an ongoing thing. Sometimes you see guys that don't get something that they want, and they decide to just wait till after the draft, because they're like, if I'm going to play for this number, I don't want to get drafted over and get stuck in a situation. So sometimes it drags into May. So we'll continue, and then again in May, sometimes guys do get drafted over and they get released or traded. So, the main thing is that we're ready to go for training camp, and we'll continue to build this roster. We may not have everything answered now. I may be here after the last day of the draft, and you may say, Brandon, I still don't think you've answered position X, whatever that is. And, I might not disagree with you, but we'll continue looking at it. So, yeah, I can't sit here and say, man, we're ready to play ball. Let's go to training camp. We'll continue to add pieces from now through the draft, and then we'll kind of see where we're at that point.
Well, have you been in contact with Devin Singletary, and what is like shopping on the running back market?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked to his reps just like everyone else, and probably leave it, at that. But, we've talked to, like anything, we monitor everything, Mookie, and every position. Even if you think we've got it filled, I promise you we're monitoring, because you want to add competition and depth. And so, we'll stay on that.
Brandon, what about the idea of, Naheem and James that kind of have similar skill set? You've had Zach in the past, or Devin as from like a power back. Is that something that you feel you need to add to that group to have that versatile skill set?
We'll definitely add more depth. I mean, you're really talking about right now, just a couple backs on the roster. So we'll continue to add there and look for, different skill sets that you're alluding to. I hear what you're getting at. Yeah, we'll monitor that, and totally aware that we got a couple guys that are around 200. So yeah, we'll probably add somebody that's a little heavier than that at some point between now and training camp.
What would you like about McGovern?
Just steady. That's probably what I would say. Just a steady player. you know, he's firm. You know, he sets a firm pocket. We talk about some guys are very athletic, but they don't have the anchor, and they kind of, you know, I think he's very steady, very sturdy. You know, I'm not going to say he's the sexiest guy out there, but he does it, and he gets the job done. You know, we interviewed, Connor and I were talking about it earlier, we interviewed him at the in Indy when he was coming out, and I remember part of that, I was looking through some of his college notes and my notes from his interview. It's funny when you kind of revert back to those, but he's just a steady guy, gets the job done, really good in pass pro. You know, I think his best football is still ahead of him. He's very smart, aware, understands the game, and, you know, angles, and just I think he's got a grittiness, a toughness that we saw at Penn State. You know, we knew that coming out, and we really liked him coming out, and you know, I thought Dallas made a good pick picking him where they did.
Sorry, he said you guys saw him at left guard. Is that kind of spot?
Yeah, that's where right now we see him, you know, fitting into there, you know, but I'm sure if we needed him to move over, we could. You know, he also brings center versatility, so it gives us another guy. You obviously got Mitch, Bates can do it, and then now Connor can do it as well. You know, we always preach as many guys that bring versatility. You know, that's another piece, you know, with signing him.
Brandon, with bringing in Kyle Allen, is part of that because Josh doesn't need a 35-year-old veteran mentor anymore, right? That's got to be part of it.
Mhm.
You don't need to spend whatever that guy would have cost. Is that part of the thinking there?
Yeah, we talked about that. It's a great question, Sal. We talked about that after the season, you know, whether that's, you know, bringing Case back or some of the other options. And we said, listen, if we get Case back, that's great. If we don't feel it's got to be a 30-some-year-old guy that Josh, he knows what he knows, he sees it. We wouldn't have shied away from it if the right person, you know, had worked out. But at the same time, it's not like it was 2, 3, 4 years ago with Josh. And, you know, Kyle was a guy that we brought in for a workout, and literally while he was showering, Carolina called and signed him to their team years back, and he ended up starting a decent amount of games there. And then when he was on his way out, Washington traded for him. We were checking into him at that point. Like his skill set, did some good things. I think he started close to 20 games. I don't remember, it was in the high teens. And so he brings some experience with that. He's athletic. He can make all the throws. And, the thing I talked about with Kyle, some of the downfalls that he's had is just, it's funny, a little bit like Josh, when he tries to do too much. And when he's playing within the system, spitting the ball out, he's won some games as a starter. So good to add him to the mix.
Already chirping about wants to get, he said it's a good stick, too, so that might be a little challenge.
It might be. I got work to do for sure.
When you mentioned that, it kind of was that conversation when the season ended about bringing in a backup quarterback with maybe not needing as much experience. Did Josh bring that up first, or did you, or how did that conversation, who suggested it?
No, that was myself, Sean, Dorsey, and Joe Brady. Yeah, more of that than just our feeling of where Josh was and in his level and understanding of the game. And again, you wouldn't shy away from it if there was, a 30-some-year-old veteran that was started, or played a lot, and you felt could bring another set of eyes. You never turn. I mean, Case did a great job last year, and we would have definitely been open to bringing Case back, but he got a good opportunity in his hometown, and so wishing Case well.
What was it like seeing some of the moves that your divisional counterparts have made and are rumored to about to make, with Jets and some quarterback? How difficult was it to resist freeing up a little bit more salary cap space to keep up with the arms race in some ways, and how do you view that given how this division seems to be tightening now?
Yeah, I mean, it's I think the last couple of years it's really been tightening up, and it's not been easy. I mean, even 2 years ago we were down to New England till late in the season. They led it more than we did, I think, but or at least as much before we overtook them at the end of the year. And yeah, Miami, had a heck of a year last year. They hit a little bit of a skid when the quarterback got hurt, but now the Jets, I mean, Their defense was very salty last year, created some issues for us up there at New York and even here. I mean, it was, it's not like we were, moving the ball up and down, on either of those games. But, you understand every year, people are they're gonna come after you, especially if you've won it. We've won the division 3 years in a row, and it's gonna get harder and harder every year, and we're going to do our best. We feel we got some good continuity, and we're just trying to add the right pieces, but we understand winning the East, this may be the toughest year yet to try and pull that off.
You mentioned bringing Jordan Poyer back, and I think at the combine it was mentioned about Benford converting to safety. Now that you have Poyer back, you bring in Dane back. What are you looking at that cornerback number 2 with Benford, Elam, and now Dane Jackson?
Yeah, well, it'll be what we talk about all the time, Mookie, competition, and we'll put them in the best spots. Yeah, as we were talking at the combine, we think Christian's skill set would allow him to move to safety if that's the best place for him, but we'll see once we, kind of get through the draft and through the rest of this free agency, and where can we best get our best players on the field, and if his best place is at corner, we'll leave him there. If we think his best place in the future is at safety, then maybe we would do that now behind Micah and Jordan and start that transition.
I know with Jordan, Jordan, you mentioned that you were always optimistic, just given your nature, but with the way the safety market was playing out, with what he was asking, when did it crystallize that, like, yes, he will be back here?
Really, yesterday. The night before, we had some conversations, with Drew, but I wouldn't say I went to bed going, we're going to have Jordan. I thought that night it was probably 50-50. There was a chance, probably a better chance than 2 days ago, but still a ways to go to find a spot that worked for him and worked for us. And, honestly, when you guys hear it, I think I knew like 2 minutes before NFL Network knew. So it was trending that way, but we were still working through things. And again, I might have known 2 minutes before y'all did if y'all were watching on TV or on NFL Network. Or on social media.
You were.
Yeah, you were.
I know a couple months ago you mentioned some of the difficult circumstances for Spencer Brown this past year.
Yep.
That he had to battle through. With that said, are you confident in him as your starting right tackle, or is that a spot that you would like to, add someone to compete with him to win that job?
I think you answered it twice. I think first, very confident in Spencer. I think he's trending up. I think his, the back really set him back last offseason, and he missed a lot of valuable reps for a player who, again, coming off a year where he didn't play in college, comes in, plays as a rookie some. We didn't start him out. And that was going to be his first big offseason to really learn the pro game and everything. And then he's got to have this setback and have surgery and miss the whole offseason and didn't even start. So he's still minus a lot of reps. With that said, though, I'll repeat it, I think he did really well down the stretch for us. And we are very confident that he's going to solidify that. With that said, though, I'm looking for competition everywhere. So if we find the right player, either in this free agency or in the draft, we would add him. And I know Spencer loves competition. He would be ready for that to whoever we add.
I asked Coach McDermott at the combine about OBJ, and just give us, what you thought about his workout last week down in Arizona?
Yeah, we sent one of our scouts, Matt Bazergan, went out there, and so without getting too in details, he thought he did a good job. Showed, obviously, you see his hands if you've seen some of the video, that he still can pluck that thing one-handed. And I think he's, like anything, he's probably a little rusty. He hasn't played football, so it'll take him some time to work back in. But he's a heck of a talent, and we're always going to be doing our due diligence. And if somebody's working out, if we can get somebody there, we'll take a look.
So Deontay, in addition to him, he wouldn't take you out of pursuit of somebody else in that spot?
No, we'll kind of the same I said on the Spencer Brown. Right now I'm trying to add as much depth and competition probably the two words I would say is my goal. You know, again, till we get to St. John. Not that I wouldn't add after St. John Fisher, but the goal there is to make us as deep and as competitive as possible by the time we get to there.
What are some of the elements you think that will make Ken Dorsey better year two?
Like anything, you know, you were probably a better writer year two than you were year one, Mookie. I didn't read your year one stuff, but I would like to think I'm a better GM. Some probably disagree, but you know, years 3, 4, and 5 down the line than I was year one. I can tell you some things that I was like, why would I even think that way, or why would I do that? So I think naturally, you know, Ken, you know, it's hard. It's a grind. You play a game, you coach a game, and then you come in, you watch the film, and then you meet with our scouts and hear the advance report from the next team, and then you basically are restarting. It's hard to slow down, decompress, take a deep breath. I think, you know, Ken has been very open and, you know, did a lot of good things. I think, you know, other than quarterback itself and maybe the head coach, is probably the most criticized position, you know, once you get in. It seems like defensive coordinators get a lot less grief than offensive coordinators around the league, not in Buffalo, but just people are always second-guessing that position. I mean, we still did a lot of good things offensively, you know, in the totality of our season. People remember we were a little off down the stretch, but if you really added up a lot of things, they were still very good. And, you know, Ken's a pro. He's his own worst critic like Josh, and he wants to grow and get better. And I think just year two, knowing what it's like and working with his staff as the head guy, communication and knowing who to rely on for red zone stuff and the run game stuff and how he's going to give the game plan to Josh and Joe Brady, and just all that should be easier. It's a little bit drinking out of a fire hose year one anytime you step into one of these bigger positions.
Hardy ran 4.35, I think, coming out. I mean, when you watch his highlights, he plays to that speed, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
He's not.
I couldn't have, to be honest with you, I wouldn't have even, until we looked at risks, I wouldn't have known what he tested, but because small school, you know, not highly sought after, but when you just turn on the tape, you can feel speed, and he's got it. He played against us a couple years ago, Thanksgiving, in that game, but he's got juice. You feel it, and it's one of those guys. Some guys, they're fast off the line mark, and then they kind of top out. They get to 12, 14, 15 yards, and they're not. He's one of those guys that's still building up speed, you know, well past, you know, 14, 15 yards.
Last time we talked, the list of news was still super new. Where are you guys at in the process of figuring out what makes sense? And is that something you have to talk to potential free agents about? Like, are they curious about it?
No, we haven't really. That hasn't come up, but we would openly discuss it. But to this point, it hasn't. No, here's what I would say. I don't expect us, you know, at this point to bring in anyone from the outside. I think we're planning to do everything internally. And, you know, ultimately, that's Sean's side of the ball, so he'll head that up. That's probably, you know, the most detail I would go into it at this point.
What's it gonna mean to have both Jordan Blair and Micah Hyde both healthy going into the offseason?
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I think, again, I wasn't here in the 60s and 70s or 80s, but I think they're the best safety duo that this franchise has had. And if they're not, I'd love to hear who's better than those guys. And beyond their skill set, I mean, just pillars of the community, great leaders. They bring it all. You talk about, we look for guys with intangibles. I could sit here for next hour and talk about all the great things Mike Hyde and Jordan Poyer are as people. And when you get a chance to hold on to a Poyer for, you know, another year and these two together for another year, you don't take it for granted.
How helpful has Vaughn GMer Miller has been to you this free agency?
You love Vaughn. You love his input. He's been great. We had a good time at the Combine. I think it was good for him to see some of the behind the scenes, whether it's talking to agents or talking to some various personnel around the league. And so, no, Vaughn's been great, and he's doing his rehab, and you know, he knows one day he wants to venture that. We gotta keep him on the field first, though.
Just to clarify, when you said Sean will kind of lead the defensive side, you're not ready to say yet he'll be calling the plays?
No, no, there's no reason to do that, even from a competitive standpoint. I don't, you know, if Sean wants to say what he's going to do, I'll let him do that. But I don't think there's any reason for us to name a play caller at this point.
Hey, Brandon, last week you guys were one of about 25 teams who proposed no cuts, just a one-cut camp.
Yeah.
What do you guys like about that? And if a team's against it, why would they?
You know, I don't know a great reason why you'd be against it. I think there's enough of us GMs that less and less players are playing because you're up to a 17-game season. So, you know, you're trying to get the right reps in preseason, but you also want to go to that first game as healthy as possible. And so you're seeing scrimmages and other things. And sometimes in that third preseason game, you're trying to limit how many starters you put out there. And so these cut downs, when you're cutting it down to, you know, 85 and 80 going into that third preseason game, you've already got guys that are injured, maybe that are backups that you would want to play in that game. So you start trying to figure out, man, do I really want to put this starter out there because I don't have another player to? So I think it's a smart move by the league. You know, ultimately the product is better when you have, you know, when all teams have their legit starters out there week one. And so I would be surprised if it doesn't pass. I don't have, you know, I'm not aware of any great reason to not do it.
Brandon, now that you brought Cam Lewis back, is he a cornerback or safety?
You know, Cam's one of those versatile pieces that he can play. He can play nickel. I would say his best position today is a backup nickel for, nickel, but Taryn's obviously the starter. He can play safety, and I would say position 3 he has enough of a skill set to compete as an outside corner. But I would say nickel 1, safety 2, outside corner 3.
Understanding you want to bring in competition all over, are there specific positions you would like to address before the draft still? Like areas you're like, I'd like to add here, anything like that?
I don't know that. I mean, I'm really looking everywhere. I mean, we got to build this thing up to be able to go to camp. So, you know, we're kind of monitoring the positions that are still heavy, and we think we can get some good value on. Really, what we're trying to do is sign guys that we think, you know, we necessarily don't want to have to go into the draft and like, man, I've got to get this position if we can help. Maybe we draft over. Maybe it's a backup player now that we draft over, but someone that we can at least say this person could compete for a top backup job or potentially a starting role. All right, thank you.